Good morning and welcome to the work session for the BOCC on Tuesday, April 4th. We have been in executive session and we are still in executive session, so we are going to continue the discussion that's on our agenda until another time, and we will reconvene for our work session at 1 o'clock. Do you want to add anything, John?
No, I think that's great, Francie. For those who might have joined for a deed-restricted housing program, we will reschedule that conversation for a future work session.
Okay. So we will now leave the work session and come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much, Grassroots. Welcome back to the BOCC meeting on Tuesday, April 4th. This is our work session. And we are starting out with the Healthy Community Fund. Issue concerns from 2023 funding recommendations. We have Sam Lander-Casper, Linda Mish, and Lisa Yorker. Welcome, guys.
Hello. Well, thank you for having us, everyone. Good to see you. Lindsay Mish, Director of Human Services for Pitkin County. I'm here with Sam Lander-Casper, the Assistant Director of Strategy and Operations for Human Services in Pitkin County, and Lisa Yorker, the Grants Analyst. So we said that we would come back to you today to speak about some of the issues that came up in our funding recommendations that were made back in November. So we've come today to highlight some of those and just talk through some of those. And we have some recommendations as well and some opportunity for us to dialogue around some of those things. So first I'll go way back and kind of set the tone of the Healthy Community Fund, what it is, and how we got here today. So as many of you already know, but just as a reminder, the mission of the Healthy Community Fund is to help Pitkin County citizens and employees be independent, healthy, and safe. The primary means of distribution of funds is a grant program, and that works to support nonprofit organizations that provide critical health and human services and community resources to people who live or work in Pitkin County. The process that we use that leads to the awards of funding for partner organizations is we utilize a citizen grant review committee, which reviews and recommends amounts to fund each organization to you all in November. They evaluate each of the health and human service and community nonprofit requests in terms of alignment with ballot language, demonstrated financial need, fiscal viability, and the adherence to the goals and values that you all set in the resolution. The Citizen Grant Review Committee makes recommendations to you all so that the county contributions from Health and Human Services are purposeful, prudent, and effective. So today we're going to be talking about the first issue, which was the discrepancy between the ballot language and the granting recommendations, if you remember that from November. I know it's been a while, we'll remind you. And then of course there's an excess of fund balance, and we wanted to come to you today to just provide some recommendations through some of the listening sessions and surveys and community feedback that we got, and have a nice conversation about that. So I'm going to start by talking about the discrepancy between the ballot language and the granting recommendations. So this was the first big issue that came up for our Citizen Grant Review Committee. And really what happened was we used the ballot language and the ballot bullets, but those are the kind of like criteria that's used to score. It's one of the scoring criterias, is to really just look at that ballot language and make sure that whatever the organization is applying for is in alignment with that ballot language. So just to give you an overview of what the ballot language says, it says to provide a stable funding source for health and human services and community nonprofit programs, including protective and supportive services for children and their families in at-risk households, protection of the quality of our natural resources, supporting survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault, mental health and substance use prevention, intervention, treatment, and aftercare services for all community members, care for the terminally ill and their families, physical, social, educational, recreational activities for older adults that support health and aging with dignity, access to prevention and integrated healthcare services for lower income citizens, and working with developmentally disabled citizens and their families to enhance their ability to live independent lives. So that is exactly how the ballot language reads. Specifically, what came up during the CGRC review and recommendations was funding for a few of the nonprofits where it was hard to see where these nonprofits fit into this ballot language. So specifically, it was with the radio stations and Aspen Journalism, and then around some of the public health stuff. So when you look at the criteria up against some of those, it was really hard to see kind of that's where there was some really good dialogue with our Citizen Grant Review Committee about whether we were meeting the ballot language with some of these organizations or whether it was outside of that. So what was unclear in the ballot is so I'm going to go back. We're going to kind of pull this apart a little bit. But that initial sentence that says, providing a stable funding source for health and human services and community nonprofit programs. And where there was some confusion is that the bullets, what the CGRC thought was that those bullets were referring to all health and human services organizations. But if you separate it out, it's that it's funding health and human services and community nonprofits that are involved with these types of things. So, I know, it's pretty new.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
The other word
Yeah.
that's in there that I circled was including. It doesn't say limited to or anything.
Absolutely.
It leads me to believe it's just, well, these are some of the things it includes.
Right.
It's not, these are some of the things it's limited to.
Right, exactly. And I think that's where there was a little bit of rub, right? As kind of getting clear about that. And then the other thing that we further researched was the resolution. So the resolution that you all approved of this ballot language was that, so the language included that the programs to be funded shall promote and achieve the priorities listed in the ballot question, period. The Healthy Community Fund will also support agencies that are working towards the community goals and objectives set forth by the board, which include the following areas: family and youth well-being, physical health and public health, mental health and substance use prevention, the well-being of seniors, cultural treasures, and environmental quality. So, as you can see, there's just a little bit of discrepancy between what the ballot says and what the resolution then is approving. Because what you all were saying was that there are community issues that come up that we want to solve too by using this, right? By using the Healthy Community Fund. And some of those things also include these goal areas. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. So, all good. So we figured that out. That's great. In identifying these differences between the ballot and the resolution, what we're recommending is that we include the resolution information in the scoring criteria so that it's not so rigid around just that, because what you all approved was both. So I'm going to pause there and let us have any discussion or conversation around that.
Well, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, if the ballot language didn't include culture, treasured cultural treasures, but the resolution did, that means, it sounds to me like the commissioners are sort of overriding, in that case, the language of the ballot measure. And
Including, yep, so it includes an additional, the cultural treasures. That's certainly an area that if we could have some dialogue around that to help shape the way that we go back out to ballot for this, I think that would be really helpful today. Because cultural treasures is one of those where it's defined as it promotes and optimizes the quality of life for residents and workers in Pickens County and enhances, sustains natural resources. That's how it's defined. So in that definition, we can see how the radio stations, the historical site, right, some of those things can fit in there, which is in discrepancy with the ballot, what the ballot actually says.
yeah, Kelly.
Thank you. What were the concerns related to public health?
So it was really the first sentence there that where you see, so the way that the CGRC was seeing it was that providing a stable funding source for health and human services. So if we separate that out, the way that the CGR was seeing it was that those bullets were what defined health and human services.
Right, but I guess further to dig in a little bit more, because it does talk about, access to prevention and integrated health services, ostensibly that globally would also provide those services for low-income individuals. So was there specific?
You mean in the bullets?
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to understand a little bit like what, when this past initially, there wasn't a separate public health department,
Right.
right? Like everything was health and human services. Like now we think of you guys as human services and public health as public health.
Right.
But at the time, they were under one umbrella. So was there was it the large amount of fund that they were getting for their budget? Was there specific items in public health that they didn't feel like fit within these criteria?
It wasn't that specific. They didn't drill down that much. It was more just about what does that mean? What does health, right? And if we're defining health by these things, these bullets, then what is right? So what does that look like?
Like,
for
does
us?
all of their global budget fall under this
Exactly.
in enough detail to make sense? Okay.
Right. Right.
I feel pretty good about it, but okay.
Yeah.
About what?
The
Keeping
big-
them in there?
The
Yeah.
bigger question for me, which has always been a question, is when we say for those who live and work in Pitkin County, but we provide so many services, and we try and balance that by saying how many people do you actually serve who live and work, and who live and work outside of Pitkin County? And that is something I think we need to clarify further in the next ballot question round. Because that's kind of always been, we believe that we need to be supporting those entities outside of our county because we are valley-wide. So that would just be something I would think we should discuss when it comes back around.
So the question is in the application right now, right? We put it in
Right.
there to say how many people do you serve
Right,
in
right.
Pitkin
What
County?
percentage of your
But-
clients are,
Exactly.
yeah. And so, and I think that used to come up a lot. It doesn't come up so much anymore recently, but just to clarify that in the future.
We can work on maybe looking at the scoring criteria as we, right, it's gonna help shape what does
Right,
happen when we go to the
when we
ballot.
go for
right.
another ballot.
Steve?
So, looking at the ballot language, Lindsay, I'm looking at the word including like Patty was, and it doesn't say including but not limited to.
Right.
It just says including, which to me means there can be more things added on to that list.
Right,
This is just a list of suggestions, like we wanted to go towards these things, but it didn't limit it to just that.
That's exactly my.
yeah, and I think
Yeah.
it's actually further clarified in the resolution then, because it's pretty clear in the resolution that those
Yeah.
goal areas
Yeah.
do include all of those, so I think it allowed us to do that.
And the way the Health and Human Service and community nonprofit programs, I don't think there should be a comma in there after Health and Human Service. The way I read it was the way, what led to your confusion, I think. Because it is Health and Human Service programs and community nonprofit programs, with the bullet points being examples of some of those.
Well, and maybe part of the solution is clarifying that in the next ballot, where you could just say something as simple as, for example, right? So community nonprofits, for example, and have the bullets so that people are aware of something, right? Some easy, I think that could be an easy solution.
I have a couple of questions, Lindsay. What percent of the Healthy Community Fund goes to KD&K, Aspen Journalism, Aspen Public Radio?
Good question. So the percentages are, they're earmarked, and that is something that we can have a discussion about as well, is whether those percentages continue to make sense. But so far they have. We haven't had any issue with going way above or under, but for cultural treasures and education and the community nonprofits, those are earmarked a certain percentage. Do you remember
I think
what
they're
it is?
13%.
13% of the
I could be wrong,
fund
but off
goes
the top of my
towards.
head.
So that's what the CGRC works within. So they know that 13% can go to these types of organizations, and that's how they make those recommendations.
Okay. So I find that the word including is pretty significant on the ballot because it's not exclusive. It's inclusive. But that's kind of why I was wondering, well, how much money actually goes to those, and how much do they need our help? Probably Aspen Journalism does. I don't know about the radio station so much. I mean, when they bring their application in, I can't remember exactly how they're graded, but how they're scored. But is the need? Is there an analysis of how much they need from us compared to how much they get from other sources?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's a full financial review of each of the organizations that some people from our finance team here look at and flag any issues that might come up. So if there's trying to think of some of the common issues that have come up, like if there's a huge fund balance, right, or a reserve fund or something that doesn't seem to add up, that there may be some questions for that organization before making recommendations.
Kelly?
And on these specific ones, if I remember correctly, I think for KDNK, didn't we fund the youth empowerment program? Like, I thought that.
Those are
so
two
they-
separate
they were-
programs.
Okay, got it. So there was
They
general
just share a
fund
building.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
So
Share
is that
facilities.
specifically what we funded, or did we just fund the radio station?
We
Is
fund
there-
both.
Both.
Yes, but is there any specific aspect of the radio station, any of the programs in the radio station that we
Oh, that
supported?
overlap, you mean, that are
Yeah,
the
or is
same?
it just anything KDNK does?
No, all the applications have unique programs, and that's something that the CGRC looks for, is duplication of programming, and
And we
it's-
give general operating funds, not
General
program.
operating funds. Yes, Steve?
So looking at the ballot language again on the bullet points, I think that we are, it sounds like we're required to provide for those services that are in the bullet points. And then some of them, I'm not sure, like care for the terminally ill and their families. Does the fund provide support to hospice in the valley?
Yes.
Which would cover that
there's a
one.
few organizations,
Pathfinder.
actually.
I just
that
wanted to
do-
make
yeah,
sure that
mhm.
each of these,
Shining
we actually
Star, some
are
of the-
supporting an organization
Yep.
in each of these bullet points to make sure that we're living up to what the ballot questions said.
Yeah.
And some of them I couldn't remember all what different organizations or
There's a lot.
not
Yeah.
necessarily know exactly what different ones are doing too, but
Yeah.
just so long as we are covering all of these bases that are in the ballot question. is
Well, and I
what
think
I'm
what's
concerned
nice
about.
is that in the ballot, those bullets in the ballot question are all covered in the goal areas. So if you look at the goal areas kind of serve as the umbrella, right? And then that helps to further define kind of what those, so the bullets are what's in the ballot, and then the resolution really further defines what that looks like for the community, which is helpful.
Okay.
So our recommendation is to include the resolution in the scoring criteria so that it helps to kind of alleviate some of that confusion moving forward.
I agree.
Okay. Everybody else?
Yeah, sounds good.
Bigger question, how do we spend all the money?
I know, we love that part.
Yeah.
That's the better
next
part,
one.
though. That's the fun part. All right, well, I'm gonna hand it over to Sam for the next part.
All right, yeah, the spending the money part.
Yeah.
So I think best way to start with this is we have found that the Healthy Community Fund over the last few years has developed a bit of a fund balance around $420,000 that isn't what Connie recommends we hang on to, just to kind of have a safe buffer there. And this kind of came to pass due to conservative grant making during COVID when things were a little crazy. We also had a larger grant that didn't get drawn down because of reimbursement of COVID funds. So we ended up with this $420,000 in unspent funds. And in order to decide how we might want to spend this, we reached out to the pod organizations, the groups that are already receiving funding, with a survey. That was actually really geared towards workplace well-being and workplace satisfaction, because that is something that had come up through our pod meetings.
And in the application.
Right,
We
and
saw
through
it.
the application process. And I hope everybody knows what pod is. It unfortunately doesn't mean anything.
And I'm
but
like, parents, student driving.
It's not an acronym. It's just a term that came up with, I think it's peas in a pod. Anyway, it's regular meetings that we have with our nonprofit partners to provide them with support and opportunity for capacity building and for them to catch up with each other. So anyway, we administered the survey to the pod members. And we saw that for the most part, the organizations were really healthy, which was great to see. A lot of good workplace culture and things like that. So we decided what we needed to do was maybe talk a little more in depth about what the needs were for these organizations. And so we held 4 listening sessions. They were about 2 hours each, and we invited everyone in pod. We had between 15 and 25 participants for each of these meetings. And it was pretty open forum. It was essentially, there's this surplus that we have. We're looking for recommendations to bring to the commissioners to provide them with input to make decisions on how we might be able to utilize this to best support the mission of our nonprofit partners. And, you know, we asked a lot of questions, a lot of open discussions, and we in this list here, you'll see we came up with a lot of areas where our nonprofit partners are seeing need. We tried to organize these kind of by, I guess, how often they came up in the discussions. Just to read the list off real quick is internal capacity building came up the most. So, you know, how do we staff? We're having trouble getting staff. We're having trouble retaining staff. We're having trouble providing training and development opportunities for staff. Then there was salary. Obviously, that was a big one, followed by housing, things we see across the board everywhere. Benefits came up a number of times, as well as childcare, meaning access to childcare, workplace well-being, equity, diversity, and inclusion, transportation, and then volunteer recruitment. And one really interesting kind of side benefit to these conversations was not only did we find ways to help support these folks with possible funding, but it was also, there were areas where we could really help connect them with resources just through, you know, along the line of volunteers. That discussion went towards, well, Pitkin County offers volunteer hours for their staff, and we have a lot of highly skilled staff that could really help with some of these capacity issues that you've mentioned. So looking at how we can connect our team, Garfield County also does the same thing. With these nonprofits that are looking for help in these specific areas. And so another thing to be of note is that the city of Aspen is also doing some capacity building projects for nonprofits. So there's some movement around this already. So we thought, you know, the capacity building aspect of this really seemed to be what stood up. And so we wanted to look at ways we thought we could, ideas for how we could, you know, utilize that surplus to really help support these folks based on their feedback, really. And we came up with a few different options. You'll probably notice there's, you know, some ors in here. We just really wanted to present y'all with what we thought might be the most effective way to utilize this, and then get your input on how you think we should move forward. The first 3 are really what we kind of thought would be the most effective based on the feedback. One is a collaborative grant process. We kind of earmarked an idea of $250,000. It's a collaborative process for nonprofit capacity building. And the way we envision that working is at least 2 nonprofits, preferably 2 or more, would apply for funding to bring on a position that meets some of these capacity needs. Really the ones that jumped out a lot were fundraising, grant writing, bookkeeping, web design and marketing, and really having a shared position that could, because a lot of them can't really take on a full FTE for those positions, but a shared position with an expert in any of those areas between those organizations could really provide a lot of capacity for them. So that's how we kind of see that process working as a competitive grant application, going up to, you know, $80,000, which would cover a full FTE for a skilled grant writer or bookkeeper or something like that. A lot of what we also heard back, and we had some success with training, folks wanted more training, and we had a great board development training with our partners that they really liked at our last quarterly meeting. So we thought that dedicating some of the funding, we earmarked about 120,000 towards a 3-year training plan, so we could bring in trainings for these partners across the board on topics that they have identified that they would like to learn more about. That also goes to capacity building as well. We could bring in specialists around fundraising. We're looking at bringing in a platform that helps provide service to nonprofits for fundraising and awareness building to teach them how to use those things. So over the next 3 years, we thought we could use that to have a regular training, almost like a university for folks to help build their capacity. And then the third area where we thought we could see some funds being utilized is in a housing stipend for new staff. One thing we heard is that the benefits is an issue getting people hired, but even once you've got someone interested in the job, if they're not here, just getting them moved into the area can be tough. I mean, even if you're talking about somebody coming from Eagle County, moving to Pitkin. So, and this would be a fund where they could apply saying, we have a new staff, they've located housing, they need assistance with with the first, last, and deposit to get moved in, just so they can establish themselves and help bring that support to the organization. From there, we kind of did the or. One was a local nonprofit capacity building agency, meaning we could have an RFP process for an agency that would like to take on this capacity building for us and help really centralize this idea of capacity building for our nonprofits. And that would be, maybe one of our nonprofit partners would want to do that, or it could possibly be seed funding for a new organization that could take that on more long term. And then, of course, this excess funding could also get just rolled into the next grant cycle, and we could just look towards funding more cool projects that our folks bring to the table. So, are there any questions about any of that? Any of the information we had?
Nice job that you obviously put a lot of time into
Yeah.
researching what to do with this money. I do have some comments, but I'm gonna wait till after you guys go.
So, big question, part of what we used the surplus for in past years was to reserve some of it for later in the year in case something comes up that we need money for. That
Emergency
if we
fund.
spent it all, we wouldn't be able to support an organization later in the year if there's a special need. And we have used that at least a couple of times that I can recall.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see that any is set aside for like the emergency surplus, and I think we should still reserve some for that. And I don't know what level we should do that, but I think there should be some.
It's a great question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we asked Connie this question because we wanted to be sure as well. So the actual fund balance right now is around $720,000. So that would leave $300,000 in the fund balance if these funds were utilized.
And Connie
that's
said
what
that
she-
that would-
Okay,
yeah,
the
she said that
420
would be
isn't what's
adequate.
in the bank, you actually have
Right.
700 something.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's
Sorry,
even
we
better.
probably should have put that in.
Right, yeah.
The total, here's what we're looking to spend.
We always
Yeah,
go to
of that.
Connie.
Patty?
Yeah, Francie's right. I mean, being able to sort this out was a big effort, you guys. You did a great job. As far as the salary and it's not an ongoing fund, so I think it needs to be used for one time. So I definitely would be supportive of some money, I'm not sure, going towards a collaborative grant process, because we like it when our own staff find grant money, and we would love it when nonprofits find outside grant money, because that helps everybody at the end of the day. The other one, I think a training once a year for 3 years would be a great place to start. Just bringing kind of everybody in the loop rather than going out to each individual, because we've got so many nonprofits.
Yeah.
I think most of the money I would like to see going into the surplus for the grant cycle for next year. I think that's a great idea. And then I can cross off Steve's emergency fund that I wrote down because it's already part of the process. But, I think that there are so many needs, but further explanation of the housing stipend, that would be an interesting fund, kind of like an emergency fund to have set aside for one time to help people get moved over here or moved into here. I think would be a great, rather than an ongoing housing stipend, which
The
is.
intention is to relocate talent
Right.
for our nonprofits here. Because we just heard so much concern with them having people who are interested in wanting to work for them, and then they go and look for housing.
Well, the first, last, and a deposit is impossible.
It's impossible.
For many people these days.
Right.
So, but when I first looked at it, I thought this was ongoing, and, this is a one-time funding opportunity right now. We
Right.
don't know what'll happen years out, but, so that's kind of where my thinking is going. And as far as the amounts that you've allocated for the collaborative process for grants, I think those are things you guys have a better idea and what those dollar amounts would be, whether it be 120,000. But I think the majority of the funny money, funding money. That was a combination of funding money.
Freudian slip.
Should go into the surplus for the next grant cycle.
Kelly, did you wanna-
I have a couple questions. Can this be used on capital? Well, I got rid of my idea.
I know. We thought of the same thing. I know.
I was like, oh, Response is building a domestic violence
Yeah,
shelter.
I
That'd be
know.
a great project to partner in. And then I was wondering, do you, I'm kind of excited about this RFP for the capacity building. Do you have a sense of whether you'd get responses for that?
We know of an organization or two that does this kind of thing in supporting nonprofits. Like that's what the nonprofit itself is there to support other nonprofits. So it's certainly something we could try. And if we got no responses, we could go back to the drawing board with some of these other recommendations also. But it would be interesting to seed or support an organization to provide some of these services, at least to get it going. Because I don't anticipate, though it's one-time funding, I don't anticipate some of these issues going away, right? That it's just going to kind of continue. We're going to continue to see the larger cliff happen. So it's a concept. It's a recommendation.
Yeah.
Can I tag on to that real
Yeah,
quick?
I'll just finish my
Okay.
comment. I kind of like that because it's sort of supporting an organization that can then support even more organizations.
Or maybe a couple of right?
Yeah.
Because if you RFP'd it, you could write all of these things into it. This is what we're looking for. And then maybe you have 3 or 4 organizations that are applying, say, well, we could do this one thing. And another one that said, well, we can do this other thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Patty?
Well, how does the city's you said the city's looking at some capacity, so we don't want to be redundant and overlapping, so
Right.
I think if anything, we need to be working with them to maybe booster their program rather than create 2 programs. I mean, it would make better sense. Because I'm not exactly sure what their program will undertake and what the differences would be, but I would see us working together on that to better utilize the funds. And it's a great opportunity for the city and county to work on a project.
Well, I was going to take sort of a slightly different tack. In terms of the RFP, I'm a little concerned that you're going to be bringing in another organization that's also going to want housing. So, just saying. But,
Yeah.
but the tack I wanted to take is that we know there are a lot of nonprofits in Pickens County. Do you know how many?
Making
Well,
a
we
mess.
fund, I think, 73.
Right, okay, so
Yeah.
73. And let's be honest, there's some competition for donors among those 73 nonprofits, not mentioning the ones that maybe you don't have, and I think, seems like I'm reading
Right.
about new nonprofits all the time. And just looking at it from the competitive point of view, which I know is not usually how we look at nonprofits, but the fact is they are competitive. Some of them are very careful to build their nonprofit with the groundwork already established, and they don't even think about starting a nonprofit without having a director of development, or at least somebody who's experienced in development. Or they may put in extra money to make sure that they have adequate staff to run their nonprofit. So so some of the money that they could be using to do whatever services they do has to go to establishing a strong staff so that they can do the work they need to do. So, but then we have others who started a nonprofit without that strong base, and now they're gonna get money from the county to build that base. It just seems a little bit difficult to make decisions about that. Like, so you guys have done it all on your own, and you use a lot of your income to support those positions, but you guys aren't quite so professional, so we're gonna give you money to do that. you see what I'm saying? So I'm just a little bit concerned about that. Not enough to say I don't approve of this at all, but I am concerned about it. So, I mean, or longstanding nonprofits who have, where the director has been the person who also does most of the fundraising. We have several of those. And now they're looking at, well, maybe this is too much for the director, or, you know.
Right.
So I just think there's so many levels of staffing among the nonprofits that we have that it seems like almost an insurmountable challenge to figure out who should get this money. It looks difficult to me, and like it would take a lot of your time.
Yeah.
Steve?
One thing I would definitely like to fund is the training fund. I want to tell a story about, it was maybe 40 years ago or so. I was president of Aspen Wilderness Workshop, which now is Wilderness Workshop. We got a grant to start it was a wilderness and water monitoring project. And the grant was from the Kellogg Foundation. It was through the Appalachian Mountain Club. And another group that got a grant to start up was the Volunteers for Outdoor Colorado, which part of one branch of that is the Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers. That was 40 years ago, and we were all required to go to a training program back in Boston. So I went to represent Wilderness Workshop. It was just amazing training, and it really jump-started the Wilderness Workshop. Not just the monitoring program, but just the whole organization. We became much more professional, and our membership jumped tenfold within a couple of years after that. They're going stronger than ever now. Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers and Volunteers for Outdoor Colorado, all these years later, are going so strong. And it goes back to that 1 week of training that the people getting the grant money had to do that training. So I think the training can be extremely important for just helping a small nonprofit to accomplish anything and to become more professional and be able to raise money more successfully on their own, and all the different things that go into it. So I would love to have the training be part of this in whatever capacity. So I guess that, I also like the idea of the shared programs, because the
collaborative.
shared positions.
The collaborative applications,
Even
yeah.
staff, just clerical staff kind of things.
Yeah.
If a small group that only operates part-time, maybe out of somebody's home, they don't need a full-time secretary. At the
Right.
time, Wilderness Workshop had a half-time staff person. That was the entire staff back all those years ago. And there's a lot of groups that don't need full-time staff, but doing a shared, really professional clerical person or something, or a grant writing position or something to share among however many organizations that would work for, I think would be really money well spent and would benefit them hugely.
What we heard a lot of the nonprofits say, because we were really asking, when we were asking questions in the listening sessions, it was, how could this be sustainable, right? So how does this sustain long term? So getting a clerical person or a grant writer for 1 year, how does that? And almost every nonprofit said, if we could get a grant writer, they'll create their own position. Do you know what I mean? Like
They'll
they'll
pay
be
for
able
themselves.
to, they'll pay for themselves, right? They'll be
Right.
able to find the grants and then be able to bring on some of that stuff. To address what you were saying, Francie, about some of the organizations who have really made that part of their core foundation of build, and then the ones that have not. I think what happens a lot, and I come from the nonprofit sector, so speaking from that experience or putting that hat on, is that we would go for grants for services and programs. And there's almost no money in that grant for any sort of operational cost or administrative cost. Usually the administrative cost is for supervision or oversight of that program. Right, so it was always, and especially for some of the newer organizations who are chasing the programs because that's what they want to provide for the community, the passion is there. It's like finding that additional support for grant writing, or that, like, you can't find that in the grants. There's a whole different layer that you're talking about, which is fundraising, development director, all of that. We see a lot of that happen later on in organizations when they're more established, when they have their feet under them. Then we see them be able to have some of that bandwidth.
Right,
To
right.
create
Yeah, I
the-
understand that.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just worried about your time and the competition for the
Yeah.
funds and the scoring. So who gets this? Another scoring thing, really?
Yeah.
So
Right.
I want to talk
No, you're
about
right.
the collaborative thing just a little bit. So I do think that sharing people who do grant application writing is a really good idea. Actually, I talked to John about it in terms of the county. But I guess some people write very specific grants, do very specific grant applications, and others might be more generalized. But so who would then employ these collaborative? Who's the employer? Picken County?
No, so we've done some projects like
Good
this
question.
before, and the way we would see this working is that one of the partners on the grant application would serve as the fiscal sponsor, and they would technically be the employer. However, they'd have an agreement, MOU or whatever you want to call it, with the other grant partners about how much time that person would be spending with each organization, et cetera. So it would be on them to decide what the division of time is, what the person's being paid, all of that would need to be in their grant application.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so there's not a whole lot of money there. So I think that, if you, when you talk about the needs were grant writing, fundraising, bookkeeping, human resources, web design, marketing, and office management. What else is there? That's like everything.
Right.
So I would like to see that focused in on grant application writing, and then figure out some kind of way that this is not, maybe take that money and make it more than 1 year's worth of money, so that these organizations are not immediately after 1 year taking over the responsibility of supporting this employee. And also I worry about having another bigger organization that's serving nonprofits. It's just like, it's making a greater need if you have too many people doing this. Like, if you had a bookkeeper and you had fundraising and you had grant writing, maybe you support grant writing and fundraising to get them going, but they could possibly have their own bookkeeper.
Yeah, the project that the city of Aspen, we've convened our first meeting with grantors, just regional grantors, so ski company, Aspen Community Foundation, City of Aspen, and us. And I think that's all. I think that's all of us. And that initial conversation, what we learned was that City of Aspen is also doing a internal capacity building project where they've recruited a consultant to work with 3 or 4 organizations to teach them the skills of exactly what you're saying. How do you have that bookkeeper? How do you kind of manage that internally? And what their hope is that they can develop kind of a toolkit that would then translate to other organizations, so that can kind of build out that way.
So you mean you'd have an initial group of people that would develop
Organizations. Mm-hmm.
that would develop these skills among some.
To build to build that sort of internal, to teach them, right, and work with them around and show them where to find the grants or where to find some of that, the ways to fund and support bookkeeping and, some of that. I really like the idea, Francie, that you had of really focusing that. So instead of it being so broad for the collaborative grant application, saying you can apply for a collaborative grant for grant writing, a grant for grant writing, and fundraising, right? Like, if you kind of narrowed it down, then it might make that a little bit more
And stretched it out a little. I mean, I think
right,
it's going to
exactly.
take a couple of years for those
Yeah.
positions to pay for themselves, especially given the competition for donors.
Yeah, right.
Let's
Any
go
other
spend it.
comments? So what do you need from us today, Lindsay?
I think we've got it. Yeah, we need to go and decide, I think, how we want to bring these back for a formal decision, yeah?
Yeah, and it's just so I just want to make sure that I'm hearing you all right. So it sounds like there's a lot of interest in the training. That's kind of one that I feel like I can put a check next to, and we can bring that one forward. The collaborative grant process is another one. Am I right that that sounds like kind of a
Need to fine tune it just.
right?
Yeah, of course.
I just, on that note, is there an advantage of one over the other in terms of how quickly you might want to move? Like, it seems like the RFP and the collaborative process kind of head in the same direction. One relies on the current granting period, whereas the RFP can sort of live on its own and move more quickly. Is that of significant benefit or not?
I think the issue is if you do both. So if you did both the RFP and the collaborative grant, we could break it out, but I don't know how much more we could break it out from that. You kind of, it almost feels like a one or the other to me.
Yeah, that's what I think. I just
Yeah.
wasn't sure if one over the other, if the timing
Right.
of one over the other offered some significant advantage or not.
I think they would both happen almost at the same, because our applications are gonna open up in the next couple of months.
Yeah.
So that's about how quickly a RFP process would move
Okay.
as well.
Okay. Thanks.
So the shared positions, I think I would put that partly back on the organizations. You can do a mix and match. Some of them need accounting help, some of them need clerical help, some need grant writing help. Different ones are gonna need different things, and there are probably some kind of natural partnerships that could be created out of that. But I think I would poll them and you kind of use their responses. What do you need the most, and maybe like different nonprofits with similar missions maybe could work closely together on their shared positions.
Yep.
Would make sense. So it's something I could see kind of morphing as it goes along. We don't just set up something and stick with that mold, but it probably will be changing as time
Yeah.
goes on.
Yeah, that's another one of those things we mentioned that we saw that could kind of happen on the periphery outside of these funds. That's something that organizations already brought up. We're working on bringing in a strategic planning training for all these folks, and that might be something that could help push that along as well. If folks are entering a strategic planning process and how they can work with their other partners on those shared positions. Because they said part-time positions turn over so much because it's so hard to be. So if you could find two part-time clerical positions that could be merged, then that person's full-time. Maybe they're able to stick around longer, even though they're supporting two organizations.
Yeah, and we found that out in the county just on our CSU extension agent and on the Veterans Service Officer are two classic ones where
Yep.
we struggled to keep anybody in a position because it was part-time, and
Right.
when you can make it more full-time, then you can keep a person.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, my restaurant shares a bookkeeper with lots of other places.
Oh, nice.
I mean, she does books for all kinds of restaurants. Mostly restaurants, I think, but anyway, so.
Is that Greg?
There's a Greg.
Oh,
Hi there.
Like a voice out of the past.
I
Yes,
can't see you.
Sorry, I missed the first part of the meeting.
Don't be
I
doing that.
tuned in for this one, and I'm gonna try to get back in time for STRs and then be there in person, hopefully this afternoon with the city. I did want to say about this, I'm a little nervous. I'm concerned about mission creep with the Healthy Community Fund, and that's one of the concerns I know everybody's had. I'm just wondering how we're gonna have to take this back to the voters sometime soon, and we're going to be advocating for doing what most donors don't really like to do, and that's to build organizations rather than put the money toward the actual mission of the organizations. So we're kind of we're kind of doing what most donors don't like to do, and I'm just wondering how will the community respond to that? And I think that requires some more introspection. I do love some of these uses do make sense to me, but I feel like I want to go slow, and I want to start small before we dive in on this. And if a decision's being made today on what to bring back for a final decision, it seems like I'm sorry, but it's rushing for me. Thanks.
Greg, what more do you feel like you need for us to research so we can bring that information back to you in the board?
Well, I'm still, and I missed the first part of this, and I apologize. I have read the packet a couple of times in the last week, and I'm regarding mission creep and the concern that, well, maybe we can't or shouldn't be putting money toward the, say, Aspen journalism or the public radio nonprofits, things like that, in the first half of this conversation that maybe happened today. I'm not sure if it did because I wasn't here for that. I want to make sure that if it's still possible to consider that on a discretionary basis. It seems that this ordinance really left a lot up to the discretion of the BOCC. And I'm a little concerned that we're being shifted here. And I want to make sure that I understand it more thoroughly. Have we been doing things we shouldn't have, or are we just thinking we need to change the discretionary nature of these decisions? That's the first question I'd have. So that goes back farther than this immediate discussion. As for helping, consulting, paying for consultants to helping with the capacity building, I think all those ideas are pretty good, but I start wondering if this is a big enough shift away from what everyone voted for when they voted for this fund originally, that we might actually have some issues when we go back to renew it. And so if you ask all the nonprofits what they need, they'll tell you, and of course it's more money and more people. But I'm wondering what the public actually thinks about the use of this money. So I'm wondering if we need to make sure that there's room for some public input from regular taxpayers, in addition to just what you pulled from the nonprofits who have a direct interest in doing what they're asking for here. Does that make sense?
Kind of.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a start then.
Okay, so just one thing, Greg, while we have you, did you say you're going to stay here now on Zoom for the STR conversation?
I'm actually in transit, and I'm in a good cell spot right now, but I'm going to be about another half hour where I might get chopped off, but I'm going to rush back as quickly as I can.
Okay. Okay,
Can I,
yes.
just to respond to Greg's
Yeah, go ahead.
question. So Greg, I love the idea of getting public input on the use of the funds, taxpayer input. And the process that we did by pulling together listening sessions and surveying the community on some of these things did bring in at least our nonprofit public friends to input. It wasn't, these decisions were created by that, right? It was from input. So some of these things I think are actually in direct alignment with helping support health and human services and all the bullets that we talked about in the ballot language, by supporting the organizations to be able to provide these services and programs in our community. So I don't know if that's helpful, just to respond to your request. Otherwise, from here, what we could do is just go out and do a public survey to see if these recommendations are something that the public feels comfortable with.
Thanks, Lindsay. That's kind of what I was thinking.
Okay.
And I do understand what you were saying, and you understand me, right? And I do think perhaps a little public input would be useful going forward, because it is a different subset of the population that you surveyed. And my next question, maybe for John, was, is this going to be a single reading issue, or is this a 2 reading issue with public comment? How will this be brought forth if we were to make these decisions?
So if these dollars have not been appropriated yet from the fund, it would be a budget appropriation, Greg. So it would be a 2 reading item for the to really amend the budget and give the appropriation authority. I think is the question you're asking. And I did also want to come back to the previous discussion. Did the grant review committee also weigh in on these recommendations, Lindsay? Okay. And so if we are going to be asked to go out and do some public surveying and such, there will be some obviously staff time and cost associated with that. And so just want to make sure we're getting weigh-in from the whole board on that direction.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's necessary, but I do think that if people have comment, they can come to the 2 readings, public meetings, and maybe we could, I don't know how we would alert people, but if they're interested, they could come to the public meetings. I mean, I think doing a whole survey is asking a lot of staff.
So-
And would delay things. Yes, Patty?
Yeah, that information as to the next process with the public hearings could go out through, because we're talking about just surveying the nonprofits, not the community as a whole.
Right.
So you have contact information, you could
I
send it
think
out.
Greg's talking about the whole community.
Is he?
Yes.
Sorry, we've already surveyed the
Wait,
nonprofits.
let's, Greg, you want to survey the entire community?
I just wanted to give the community an opportunity to weigh in. And so I don't know if we need a survey, but we could certainly publicize that we're going to be doing the 2 reading process, and that this issue is coming up, and it's worth,
Yeah.
hopefully media who's listening would do a story about it and say, hey, these are some changes coming to the public, voter approved fund. Pay attention, folks. That's really all I'm asking for. So I'm not asking for another survey, but I think the 2-part process could cover that, as long as we make sure we're publicizing it. Thanks.
Steve?
One thought I have is that there might be other nonprofits who have never applied for grants from our program that could benefit from the training, from the shared positions and whatnot. So I think maybe we should reach out to just the general nonprofit community. If there is any polling, would you be interested in participating in a training and doing shared positions in a shared grant writing position, that sort of a thing? And I'm sure there are probably organizations that have their mission would qualify them for getting a grant from us. They just have never applied to us, but we don't want to neglect them when we're doing a kind of a thing to help our nonprofits who have gotten the grants.
Right. So the pod is not just Healthy Community Fund recipients. It's any nonprofit
Yeah.
in the region is invited. And I think we would probably be the first to admit that the PR and marketing of the Healthy Community Fund is something we'd like to look at moving forward, just so that we have kind of better reach. But it is something we do advertise to the community, and the CGRC are public meetings that people are invited to. So we've had some interesting folks show up before for input. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't hear any discussion about the housing stipend.
I was going to circle back to that. Yeah, that was
Because
the
I
third
know
board.
we're getting close on time to whether or not the board supports creating a fund, kind of like an emergency fund that could be tapped into. Again, it's over 3 years. I liked
Right.
Francie's idea of maybe some of these monies, rather than just this is your 1 year jump,
Right.
rather than we're going to offer this much money for the next 3 years and see what's utilized.
Could do it until the money is spent, right? However long. that
The one
lasts.
time help with down payment of
Right.
certain.
I'm a little concerned about using it for housing, just because of the fervor around housing issues in the valley right now. to prioritize nonprofit workers over snowplow drivers and policemen and nurses, and it's dicey.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Matt, to me, is a bit of mission creep. And
Hey,
it's
Francie, you're
not
gonna,
sustainable.
Greg here,
but-
you're gonna lose me, but I'm gonna call back, I'll just call back in, I think I can do it on the phone.
That's a good point,
Thanks a lot,
Francie.
Greg.
I,
Sorry to inconvenience
Nice to
all
hear
of
from you.
Please.
I was just thinking about one of the things that they had presented, so I think I agree that would create more way of helping us with our moving costs.
No, I think it's a great idea to help people with their moving costs. I just think it's such a hot topic right now that I'd rather not go there.
Yeah, that's fine. So if there's consensus across the board to not, we can scratch that, the housing stipend.
And
And
the salaries and benefits,
that's all, and yeah. that's
you
all.
can't do that one time.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, there's those main bullet points, all those were just what we heard, and we wanted to bring that to you guys to be transparent about what our nonprofits expressed. And so, yeah, those kind of, we hope that those could be alleviated by creating better capacity and ability to meet their mission by providing training and these, shared positions. Hopefully we'd see that growth and they'd be able to possibly offer better salaries. We're working with groups around creating benefits that would be affordable and accessible for nonprofits. So looking at those sorts of things. But
Great,
yeah, we
thanks.
thought if an organization can do their work better and more effectively, they're going to be able to meet their mission better. And providing their support to grow that capacity is probably the best way we can support them.
Do you have what you need?
sorry?
Do you have everything you need from us?
I think so. So what we'll do is we'll come back with a budget appropriation with these recommendations of the collaborative grant process and the training fund. And get down to the pennies on what that's gonna look like.
That'd be great.
And if there's any leftover, it almost sounds like rolling it back in, Patty, was of
I'd like to
interest.
see
Yeah,
what-
of just rolling it back into our next
Or
granting cycle.
extending support for another year, one or the other. I mean,
Sure,
like
Sure.
if there's some left over and we're setting up something where they're getting help and paying for the help.
Try to
then
extend that.
Yeah, stretch
Try
that
to
a
ex-
little bit
yeah,
to make
stretch
it
that out.
realistic.
Either or option.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
And I think I heard a press release to
Mhm,
let
for the
folks
public
know
session, yep.
that we're considering this and they can come and provide input.
That's a great idea, Sam.
Okay. Great.
All right,
think
thank
we're
you
good.
guys so
Yeah,
much.
thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks for all the work you guys do.
Yeah, it was really good.
This is
Thanks,
fun
guys.
work.
No, this is the best part.
This was fun work.
This is stuff we love.
We had money.
Yeah.
We got money spent. Okay, it's fun. Funny
Thanks, everybody.
funding. Funny.
Appreciate you.
I don't have my, there it is. Okay, we are now going to talk about short-term rentals in rural and remote areas. Hi, John.
Hello.
John's gonna help guide us through this. I hope.
Are we waiting for Kelly to come back?
Shh, we are not waiting for Kelly to come back.
All right. Well, this is an item that was set on the agenda at the request of the board to talk about the advisability of changing the short-term rental regulation to provide for an exclusion from the short-term rental licensing and rental program areas within the rural and remote zone district. Not a new topic. We talked about it initially when the regulation was first being discussed by the board. And in fact, it was in the second iteration of the code language that the prohibition appeared. And by the third iteration of code language, the prohibition was lifted. So it was a close decision for the board, at least at that time. I'm not sure if it's close anymore, but at any rate, the issue is whether or not to allow applications to come in, be reviewed by the BOCC, and either granted, approved, or denied, or simply preclude them from being reviewed and being filed by recognizing that property within rural and remote zone district is not appropriate for short-term rentals and establishing a preclusion zone district-wide. It's really a decision for the board. I can fill in the gaps. The code language to affect it is very simple. In fact, it's been written already, so we'll just utilize a previous draft. The past discussion did include a dialogue of known short-term rental locations within the zone district. And at the time we discussed this, we only knew of one property that had been utilized for short-term rental. At this point in time, we have reports of 4 known properties within the rural and remote zone district that have been used for short-term rentals. All of them are within Hurricane Gulch in the back of Aspen Mountain. During the period of time that the short-term rental regulation has been in effect, which was September 20th of last year to the present, we've received 2 applications for short-term rental licenses within the rural and remote zone district. One was for one of the properties that had been previously utilized, and one was for a different property that was new to the county. One of those applications was denied and the other was withdrawn. Other than those 2, we have not received any other applications for short-term rentals within rural and remote. So,
Yeah, I just want to talk about the specificity of this, because I've heard that there's been some proposals from the Growth Advisory Committee to not allow STRs in any rural areas. So I want to make sure that we are very specific about what we're talking about here before we take action. So would you speak to that just a little bit, John?
we are not talking about rural areas of the county. Rural areas of the county are typically defined by those areas outside of established municipalities and the UGB areas, if any, around established municipalities. And so Steve's place and my place are both considered rural, but they are not in the rural and remote zone district. This preclusion would be specific for the rural and remote zone district, which includes those areas that are most definitely rural and remote. In fact, by the definition of the land use code, those properties are recognized as properties that are at least a half-mile distant from maintained roadways, or winter maintained roadways, I should say, that they are not readily accessible by emergency services, and that the quality of ingress, egress to those types of properties is decidedly less than what would be expected anywhere else in the county.
Okay, thanks, Patty.
So that might be a little bit of a distinction based on
Yeah, I
some
just
folks'
don't want
understanding.
creep into the whole Crystal Valley or other places, frying pan.
Right.
So, yeah, my question was, so this would prohibit in any of the rural remote zone districts, not any one specific rural remote district, like the back of Aspen Mountain versus up the frying pan. This would be all rural remote zone.
Well, it's
across
up to the
county.
board to decide, but my understanding is the board wanted to consider a preclusion zone district-wide, so all areas of the county zoned rural and remote.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a map that shows where the rural and remote zonings are?
We do.
Alex can pull one up, he's on it.
I can see him, that's why I looked at him. He's the guy. Steve?
Well, that was sort of my question too. Just thinking about some locations around Little Annie Road that are fairly close, and I don't know if they're in rural and remote or, and I don't know how far up there Lower Hurricane Gulch Road is, for instance, but are they legitimately beyond a half mile from the Castle Creek Road?
It's fairly, and on Little Annie, it's fairly immediate after you get past Lime Creek subdivision and that cluster of developed properties right at the bottom of the road. So it would include virtually the entire length of Little Annie Road.
Mhm.
Same
I
for
just wanted to make sure that for some reason, not being that familiar with exactly where is the rural and remote boundary,
Sure.
like Francie was asking, you know, just to make sure on these individual cases.
The, well, and that was part of the board's previous discussion as well. Is the entire district uniform in its qualities such that a preclusion is advisable, or are there exceptions?
Is it uniform?
Well,
Back of little Annie's.
no two properties are the same. That's a sort of a given legal precept. But all properties zoned rural remote by the terms of the land use code exhibit a certain set of similar qualities. And it is marked by their remoteness and their relative, not inaccessibility, but more difficult to access over to the properties.
Because we have R also meaning residential, so it's kind of hard sometimes when you see the acronyms to know what actually does that mean, that nomenclature for that particular thing. What is that, you know?
Right. Well, let's see.
Got the map.
Yeah. I was gonna ask for a map too.
I mean, I think I can go to our website and find what all of those acronyms mean, but Kelly?
I just wondered too, say we identify a handful of parcels that we're like, you know, this doesn't really suit what we're trying to do here. Could we rezone those?
Rezoning is generally precipitated upon a recognition of changed circumstances within a neighborhood or even a singular property, or the product of a renewed or refreshed master planning process. So zoning is typically not changed on, you know, it's something that can be changed, but it's something that is also established in a way that can be relied upon by the general public. So you would have to identify the circumstances that would be legally recognized to justify a change in zoning.
So if we like articulated some criteria about rural and a prohibition on STRs in rural and remote, and identified some parcels that we didn't think quite met those, would that
Well,
be, you know, we're trying to, in this respect, you'd be retaining rights rather than including them in a prohibition. Or retaining uses.
well, you can do that within this regulation. You don't need to preclude all of the rural and remote zone district. You can preclude portions of the rural and remote zone district, which is an easier step than trying to reconstruct a zoning designation.
Okay.
So, I'm not sure what to suggest. I mean, you might look at it as a certain distance within the zone district, you know, within a half mile or something like that.
Sure.
Not that they would necessarily be awarded a license if they applied, but that the application process is available to them.
Crystal.
Okay. Thanks.
So
Yeah.
all of that light green is rural and remote?
Yes, on the map here, this green that you see RR is rural and remote, this green, and then I'll zoom back for the entire county.
That's like Smuggler Mountain and Hunter Creek.
You can see, yeah, the areas to the right, the very bottom, and then here, right prior to Redstone.
What is that border on the north end of the left green area? What is that jagged border? Yeah, that.
This right there.
On north, that probably comes down to the Wexner properties.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You know, I thought that this map was updated to include areas to the west of Highway 133 in the rural remote zone District 2.
Yeah, what's the one at the top?
Of land. And how many, do we know how many
Yeah.
properties exist on?
In rural and remote?
Yeah,
It's something that's ascertainable. I don't know it presently.
just wondering how many people were affected by this.
Well, could I have a Francie clarification?
Yeah, go ahead, Patty.
But you said this would only, people who hadn't already been using their properties for short-term rentals are the only ones, people who had been using their properties prior to May.
There
what
was a
the date?
5-year window identified by the board that ran backward from May 11th, I think it
Right,
was.
for,
And so if the property had been used for short-term rental during that time,
then they can apply.
then they can apply, well, they can receive a license. Anybody can apply and be evaluated.
Right.
At least based on that. And so the applicant would have to demonstrate that the property had been used for a short-term rental during that period of time.
And that period of time doesn't move, does it?
No, it's fixed, unless the board changes the regulation.
Okay.
So it's always going to be 2018?
Yep.
What if you apply in 2030? You have to have been using STRs since 2018?
Don't be so incredulous, because yes, that's how it's set
Well,
up right now.
let's change that.
And the reason it was is because it was picked at that time because the board felt it was appropriate to identify the time when that preclusion or that requirement was first discussed, so that somebody couldn't go out, use it once before the regulation prohibited it, and come back in
Right.
and say, I qualify
Well,
because I
we
did
had
it."
one of those, actually.
Those kind of things.
Yeah, but, and now you couldn't come back in 2030
Right, because
and
you
say
have
you'd
to
use it, because you would have had to have a
license.
license, and
Yes,
so if you were
exactly.
doing it, you were doing it
Okay,
illegally. Good try, Francie.
Steve?
That's one of those questions that I figured we would revisit that at an annual review this year or next year to, when we know more how many STRs are actually out there.
Right.
Can we have any more? Could we open it up to anyone could apply or not?
Exactly.
It's something we or a board will have to decide at some point, I
At some
think.
point, yeah. I agree.
And when the board was talking about that particular requirement, it was thought that there should be a cap on the number of licenses that were available or to be afforded in the county at large. And so rather than trying to figure out, because we were having a difficult time with that, how many properties had actually been engaged in short-term rental, we would simply say, if you had been engaged in short-term rental at all, just one night would do it, during this 5-year window of time, then you're available for a license. If you weren't, then you would not be available, or the license would not be available to you. And that would, in effect, establish a cap, if you would, based not on a number that's been identified, but at least on a number of properties that had been previously used.
And it
And
would-
that is certainly the type of element of the regulation that could be revisited, and quite frankly, I would assume it would be at some point, whether it's this fall or the following fall or some year after.
And that was partially intended to keep people from coming in and investing in a piece of property right now in order to turn it into STRs. Sort of like, whoa, stop, you can't do that.
That's part of it, yeah.
Yeah. Kelly?
I don't have any input at this point. I'm looking forward to this coming back to us. You and I continue to have differences of opinion on.
Not on R&R,
on STR regulations.
Yeah,
but,
that, but
you
not
know,
rural
we'll
and
hash
remote.
that out, just fine.
Yeah, Patty?
Well, I have always said that this is a living document, and I've always hoped that we wouldn't piecemeal any changes. So I think we're gonna be doing an annual review at the end of summer.
Well,
That
that
is
would
my
be,
understanding.
that would be the annual period of time. So the regulation was adopted in June of last year and went into effect in September, so.
So we're getting
Somewhere in
close to
there.
having a year's worth of data.
Yeah. we're
In
gonna-
September, so we had
September.
talked about bringing it back this fall.
Yeah, and I would rather see us do any changes such as this at one time rather than, what are we gonna do next month, and what are we gonna do the week after that, and rather than, so I think that makes more sense to me. I think that there are some properties that might be appropriate, but they would have had to have come in. I mean, we would have thought we would have heard from them for a licensing if they had been used prior to May 11th for that 5-year term. So I don't have a problem with rural remote coming back to the BOCC, because I don't think it's gonna overwhelm us, because I don't think there's that many out there that can justify that they were used prior to that time frame or within that time period. So, I'm not sure I can support doing a flat-out prohibition across the board, at least not at this time.
Okay, Kelly?
No, I guess I was just wondering, I was gonna pull up the STR site, because I'm wondering if it would be meaningful for us to collect feedback related to, some of this use in the area, if people are, know of it happening or have experienced problems related to it in the past when it was legal, specific to a rural remote. I mean, I know that I'd received input that, people's wells were drained dry, they had to have water delivered, related to STR use in the neighborhoods. And I just wonder if
In rural remote or just somewhere?
near rural and remote. I don't know if the property was exactly near remote or not.
Wow, really? They use that much water?
Yeah, that's a point, because we're seeing that, like, down in your neighborhood, from houses being built up above, but also, I think we're seeing more use of cabins in rural remote because of housing shortages. So I think more people are actually dwelling in a lot of those units year-round, which is causing more water issues, too. There's could be compounding impacts.
Well, I had requested that you bring this back to us, John, because I thought that from what I'd heard from the community members and from Kelly and Greg and Steve, I think, but maybe I could be wrong. It seemed like there was a feeling that, well, maybe rural and remote is really not intended for STRs. And so I thought it would be good for us to look at it again rather than waiting until September, before any more applications do come in, because I think we don't have any licenses in R&R right now, so I thought it would be good to maybe make a decision before we have an application and we end up granting it in rural and remote. And then in September, we look at it again and we're like, oh, well, actually, we've changed our mind, you can't really get, you know what I mean? See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I think if you're already counting numbers of people on the board, I doubt a rural remote application, unless it was totally appropriate, would pass this board.
Well, there is that. Steve?
So I do support not having STRs in rural and remote. I think we should take a careful look at the actual rural and remote boundaries and the locations of where the known STRs are, whether they're legal or illegal, as part of that
I believe we're trying
process,
that.
just to make sure before we, pass an ordinance or change in the regulation that we don't make a mistake that could have been prevented by taking a little more time. If it takes clear till September to do it and do it at the annual review, I would rather do it sooner, but it might take that long to do, to carefully make sure. I think we could do it earlier than that, but I would look at the actual, where the STRs are, the legal and the illegal ones, and where are the actual zoning boundaries, just so we make sure.
John, you're doing that, aren't you? Don't you have staff looking at that? Yeah, John Peacock, don't you have staff looking at where we think illegal STRs are and where there are licensed STRs? Yeah.
Yes, and so, we'll be really going into our first full summer season, which will probably highlight more of those if they're out there.
Really?
And is that still on a complaint basis, that you receive a complaint from a neighbor and?
Yes, on a complaint basis, but we're also actively looking at ads and matching those up to licenses,
Okay.
or not.
Right. So I think that is happening, and we can have a look at that. I definitely feel like we've heard from the public many times about rural and remote STRs. I mean, I feel like I've seen lots of letters and comments. So I don't think that we're facing something where we need to go out and solicit more public comment on this. Do you guys agree with that? Yeah, go
My
ahead.
only concern is I think that there's a lot of comments who we've been receiving that are confused. They don't understand, they think that any property up there or wherever can come in for a license. I don't think a lot of people understand that 5-year, you have to prove kind of a thing. So they just think that anybody can run in now and apply for a license. So I think there's still some education that the public could benefit from. And plus the emphasis, and I don't even want to ever use the word commercial again, but a lot of them believe that this is a true commercial use, should not be, commercial uses are not allowed in rural remote. Well, then that opens a whole nother can of worms.
Since they are in places.
Yes, so I think there's a lot of the comments, there's a misunderstanding as to, it's just not a rampant, anybody can run in the door and apply for a license and will be granted.
Yeah, I was
License.
kind of thinking about the letters that say rural and remote was never intended to be an STR place, blah, blah, that kind of thing, but anyway.
Yeah.
Yes, Kelly?
I mean, I guess I would just say, looking ahead to the rest of our year's calendar, you know, this is something we can do quickly. It's sort of ready for us, ready to go, whereas we have all these other big things that are like not ready to go. So it might behoove us to use time earlier in the year, as we know it's going to fill up much later in the year
Yeah, I'm with you on
on
that.
this.
Is Greg on?
He's got his hand raised.
Oh, great. How would I know that?
Because you don't have all the screens pulled up.
Yeah,
There you go.
great, so let's hear from Greg.
Okay.
There you are.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I've been listening to this, participating. Thank you all. I really appreciate everybody's comments. I think I agree with Kelly, as you might expect, that the sooner we do this, the better. The reasons we brought it up to originally are still valid. You know, I think small hotels in the rural remote region are just not appropriate, and I've received plenty of feedback to that effect. I think the sooner we do it, the easier it'll be on our staff, and the easier it'll be on us, because if we don't do it, we're probably going to see a lot more applications. I think there has been a lot of publicity about it, and I think people haven't been applying because they think it's already perhaps not allowed. So I think we should move forward and get this done. We've talked about all the reasons, you know, the hotel houses, the service workers who have to travel in and out, the accessibility to emergency and, you know, rescue services and fire, you know, all those reasons are still good ones. And I think that we could just make the decision sooner rather than later to make this ordinance. Thanks.
So if I read the room and the Zoom, I think we have 4 commissioners who would be willing to restrict, to prohibit STRs in rural and remote, ready to make that decision at this point or whenever it's appropriate to make that decision. It's Tuesday, so I don't know, but I just want to be sure that we understand exactly where the boundaries are, and what if somebody has property that's partially in R&R, partially in you know, like agricultural, residential, that sort of thing.
The most restrictive zone district always controls when a zone district bifurcates a property. So if you're in rural remote zone district and the board precludes licenses in that district, it would eliminate consideration of the entire property.
Even though part of the property is AR.
Yeah.
If their residences are in AR and some of their property bleeds into R&R, that would prohibit them from doing an STR?
Yep. This is not a zoning regulation, however. If you want to change that and leave the door open for STR activity or applications, then that's fine. You can decide to do that.
So if somebody has a big ranch, say, and was the R&R zoning imposed on them for part of their property?
Rural and remote was done at the initiative of the county. It was not done except in a few circumstances at the request of the property owner. So,
So,
Fancy?
yeah, Patty.
I can understand the timing but we just said that we wanted more information, we wanted to see more, now we're saying, let's go ahead and make a decision without having that information. So,
Which information?
we wanted to know where the zones were, what properties might be appropriate, where they actually lie. I mean, that map shows us some very random kind of boundaries, but, we said we wanted more information and more information from staff as to, are there any other properties out there that have been used? And what are we finding are properties that are being used now without licenses in rural remote? And so, but now we're saying that we want to make the decision before getting that information.
Well, I don't think we'd be making a decision today. We can change.
No,
the
I'm
ordinance
saying, and
today.
if we didn't have it in 2 weeks, when it could come back at a regular meeting.
Steve, you look like you were about to say something,
Well, John and I need to talk.
because that includes your property.
Well, I think I'm almost certain that part of my 160 acres is zoned rural and remote. And we're using it, we are using it, it's an agricultural operation. We have a business there. And what you just said might, number one, it might make me not able to be voting on the STR regulation or something. We need to talk about it. I need to find the exact map and
yeah,
just
I'll
verify.
I'll check out your property as far as the zoning and as far as the open space preservation aspect of how that was constructed.
Because it was all the rural and remote on our place was put in place to
Facilitate.
create TDRs to
Exactly.
sterilize the land, so it's all
Right.
sterilized land now.
Right. I'll let you know, Steve.
So I guess what we'd like to see, I know I would like to see a more specific map of the rural and remote areas, because
Sure.
that is pretty hard to interpret. When I looked at that, it looked like my property was in rural and remote.
It's
from
not.
what I-
Surprise.
No, it's not, but it looks like that on that map,
Yes.
it comes right over towards 133.
Well, we can
so-
produce the zone district map areas of the county that reflect the boundary of rural and remote pretty easily. And you can see, generally speaking, what properties are in, what properties are not, how far it comes down to, say, Lime Creek subdivision, for example, on Little Annie Road, things like that.
Yeah, and then maybe some information on how many properties, like Steve's, are agricultural and rural and remote, because I don't want to impede the ability of agricultural people to have additional income if they need it.
We'll check that out. So I think Steve's property is probably an anomaly simply because it was done not so much to create the rural
Because it's
zone
your
district, but
property.
to facilitate preservation of the property.
Okay, that would be great. And so we'll get a little bit more information then, or maybe it'll be a lot, before we make an official decision.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay?
Well, you certainly can't make a decision today,
Today.
like you said,
So,
Francie.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
And I won't wait until the fall to bring it back.
That'd be great.
So
you never
try
know.
to
Might
put
take
together
that.
this info in a way that the board can digest it. Do you want another work session, or are you ready to take this forward in a regular meeting to change the regulation?
Because there'll be 2 readings, right?
Is 2 reading ordinance.
Let's bring it to a regular meeting if everybody's okay with that.
I think
Are
I
you
am.
okay with that?
Okay?
Guess you'd have 2 shots.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
That's
Thanks so
all I
much,
need.
John.
John?
Thanks.
Now to one of the fun things we get to do.
And now we have Charlotte. Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
Appreciate it.
guys.
Good afternoon. So we have Charlotte now presenting a discussion. We're going to have a discussion on citizen board renewal applications. I imagine this is going to rip right along.
Well, as you all are aware, we've had several applications, new applications, and then you've interviewed several boards that you like to see when they renew. So I've kind of tried to summarize everything for you here. There are a few things. The library board, Ashley Connolly, we talked about promoting her from alternate to regular position to fill Barbara Smith's position. And then we have Heather Kendrick, who applied as a new applicant, and suggesting that you put her in the alternate position, which Ashley would leave vacant. Then Monty Thompson, that recent vacancy on P&Z, the board is trying to recruit some new applicants, so we're keeping that open until April 28th. And then last year we had some Board of Health kind of people resigning and that kind of thing, and somehow the terms kind of got all in 2007 or 2027. I'm sorry. As terms expire then. So I'm suggesting that we correct 3 of those terms and make them 2026 for better staggering there. And then the CCI Board of Health Committee alternate needs to go back to Lindsay instead of John, because we did that transition when Nan retired. So you all brought that up, and I'd like to get that taken care of in this resolution as well. As far as applicants, I had on here that John Emmerich had not responded.
That's
He's
weird.
renewing for the Translator Advisory Board. He has been traveling, and we did get a hold of him. So he has agreed to renew for 1 more term. He's
Good.
served a long time, but we're going to get 1 more term out of him. So
Great.
he has submitted his renewal application. Then the new applicants that we need decisions on are Thomas Baker for the Election Commission. We have another applicant that I haven't heard if he's going to be available for an interview on April 18th, but he's applied, so we'll get him scheduled.
So we're gonna hold off on that one.
Yes.
But
I'm
wait, we
not-
have 3 vacancies on that board. Couldn't we appoint Tom and then hold off on the other 2?
Yeah, I mean, we could
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah.
I thought you meant we're holding off on the Robert Jenkins. Then Heather Kendrick and Roger Hennefield for the Retirement Board. And then we'll hold off on the Planning and Zoning because we're gonna keep advertising for that. And I think that's about it.
Yes, Betty?
Yeah, thank you. This was not easy to keep all track of, so the way you presented it made it easy, and I kept all the interviews with notes, so, yeah, it's very clean, and I think you've hit the issues right on the head, and I support appointing those that you have mentioned, that those positions, and holding off on P and Z till we have the next interview, and then trying to set up something with the election commission for that next interview.
Yes, Steve?
The only thing that I saw that was wrong on the whole AIS was the appointment of Lindsay Maish to the CCI. And the board, it's actually the Health and Human Services Steering Committee is the name of the committee that she would be. And I don't know if that would she be a proxy or would she be an alternate? Kelly?
Proxy.
Proxy is the official
Okay.
term. It's not CCI doesn't have a Board of Health. We have the Health and Human Services Steering Committee.
Gotcha.
And other than that, I totally agree with, appointing all of those with the several exceptions that we'll still have to do further interviews.
Okay, great.
Me too, I agree with Steve, and I also agree with holding off on P and Z.
On a related but separate note, we still have an APSHA seat. And I think we were gonna try and either revisit all the old applications for APSHA, or I'm not sure. I think that's what we agreed at the APSHA board, was to see if any of those prior applicants were still interested for discussion. So I want to bring that
Okay,
up.
I can look those up. And
Thank you. And maybe you and
Oh,
I
there
can
you are,
coordinate. I
Greg.
can make sure I talk about this with the APSHA board as well.
Okay,
On
yeah,
that
because we
list.
do have that running in the Monday ad, and it is on the website.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Yeah, I would have gone with Chris Council myself, but I'm sorry, sad about that. So, okay, is that all you
All
need,
right,
Charlotte?
that it? Greg, have any comments?
They were pretty amazing applications, so we certainly don't need to be worrying about them.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Charlotte.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Charlotte. And we are at review of future agendas. Do you have anything for us, John?
At this time, the only. Thank you. At this time, the only thing I wanted to note for the board is on April 18th, we'll be doing a retreat follow-up on housing revenue options.
On housing,
Revenue options.
okay. And that will be at what time?
April 18th, I don't have the time yet, but that's when we've scheduled
What day of
it.
the week is that?
It's Tuesday. It's a work session.
Okay,
And just a reminder that we do have the special meeting next week, meeting with the Airport Advisory Board and John Bauer from the FAA.
At 9
I think it's at 9.
Yeah.
to 11:30.
I actually have that here.
And then a quick lunch before we start our regular meeting, because that's regular meeting Tuesday.
Yeah, it's a kind of a weird schedule that day. It's-
That's due to Passover.
We're
Yeah, so
passing
that
over
is
lunch,
a-
you mean?
It's listed here as a work session, but it's actually a regular session, isn't it?
So the portion with the FAA is work session,
Right.
and then the remainder should be regular meeting, yeah.
Oh, I see, then it says
Yeah.
regular on the next page. Cool. Okay,
Is this the 10th or the 11th?
11th.
11th.
Instead of on the 12th, so we don't have a meeting on the 12th. I'll be at the oil and gas, whatever.
And that's all I had for you on future
You going
agendas.
to the oil and gas?
I am.
Conference, that's the
It's
energy
called
conference.
the Energy and Environment Symposium. And it has some interesting presentations, I hope. It'll be interesting to see.
I was thinking of going to that, but then I have Club 20. It overlaps.
Right.
I couldn't,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be at Club 20, so I didn't wanna just do one day at that.
Yeah.
Didn't make sense.
Yeah, I'll be at this for 2 days, and we'll see what they
Let
say.
us know if you need to be evacuated from Garfield County.
It's gonna be fine. There's lots of environmentalists are gonna be there. Kelly?
I have two things. I'm still wondering, have we scheduled APSHA for the grant program yet?
You know, I'm kind of waiting to hear from Matthew on that. I wrote to him and
For the grant?
Cindy and Diane, I think, and Matthew wrote back and said that they were gonna wait until, that was a while ago. I remember I told you about that before. Let me look him up. Let me see.
Yeah,
what it said.
we have not scheduled them on a future agenda for sure at this point.
APSHA grant program?
Yeah, the emergency repairs.
Oh,
and-
oh, okay. I thought we were going back to grant program. I'm like, are
Okay,
they
it
gonna
was
give
March
away money?
6th. This is what he said. Liz and I were planning to come to the BOCC once the APSHA board had signed off on the plan. They had a few more ideas from the APTA board meeting last week, which we were working on. The total ask is penciled in at 200,000. So we'd be asking Pickens County for 100,000. I think it's a little premature to come to the BOCC. That was March 6th. That was a month ago. So I haven't heard anything from him since then.
I will ask tomorrow. And then we'll need to schedule time. I have to check with Laura Maker, but we need to sign an MOU with Northwest COG as the fiscal advisor or fiscal agent for the Wild and Scenic stakeholder process. So we can pay our facilitators who are already working for us.
That came up at the COG meeting.
Okay.
Wondering when Pickens County, they were excited about having Pickens County come on board and using that program through Northwest COG.
Great.
So thank you.
Yeah. And I
I
know
don't have
Laura's
anything
been
else.
working on that. We need to get it on our regular meeting agenda. And
COG's
it's
ready and
to
waiting.
sign. Yeah, thank you.
There is Crystal Basin Holdings, is that Red Dog Road?
I am not sure.
Do you know, Kara?
Red Dog Road?
Red Dog Road is Jason Sewell's application that we've got 2 weeks ago, and it was,
It's under
Continue.
Sewell application in our
It's under what?
agendas. It's under the Sewell application.
think
but
in
what
ours.
is Crystal Basin Holdings then?
I'll find out for you.
It
Thank
could be
you.
the same, I saw that too, but
Is that something, the Walton property in Coal Basin, perhaps? I don't know.
I guess we didn't get to that on Thursday.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was like,
You can try and look it up on maps and really quick if you want.
oh no, I think it's something different, Francie. I think you're right.
it must be something different. I don't know what
Yeah.
it is, though. So I just would like to remind everybody
here.
that on Tuesday, April 25th, we have the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee proposal, so I hope that we can all be here for that.
We gave John 90 minutes.
Put it in caps on your calendar.
Yeah, it's on Coal Creek,
Are you looking at the,
Crystal Basin Holdings.
did you find it?
Mm-hmm.
It is regarding the mountain bike trails in Coal Basin.
Oh, really? It is? So that's a Walden property?
Now you're asking.
Fancy here.
Yeah.
This is Coal Creek Road.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so it's
Properties.
the Walton property.
I think it is, yeah.
But it's a site
Okay.
plan and location.
All right, I think that's future agendas then. And that takes us to board discussion. I believe we have something to discuss. Do we not?
Yeah, so maybe easy one first, and then we'll get to the more difficult one. So just following up on the Redstone Museum
yeah.
request for the donated brick and apron. We did locate brick. It has a history to it that I've
So cool.
completely forgotten at the moment. I think is
It's from,
Pepke.
Like you forgetting history?
from-
That seems so unlike you.
50-year-old brick, and it came from Aspen, and I'm looking right now.
Well, and when I said history, it's not that much.
Is the city, better not be the city pavers because they're running out of those pavers for repairs. That's what I dropped on my foot.
It is, come on, where is it?
Oh, I'm dying to know.
Anyway, it's pretty cool. I'll keep looking while you go on, John.
Yeah, so the estimate that we have to lay that brick is $4,500. So, you know, that is the ask to the board right now. We do have $27,600 in park dedication fees that I think this would be appropriate for. They had also made a request that did not have a dollar figure associated with it for restaining outside and inside of the facility, the floors, and I think the exterior. I think they're looking at could they do that themselves or make an ask, but we do not have a specific ask for that at this point. I think staff's recommendation would be to, support the donation of the bricks and use 4,500 from the park's dedication fee and maybe separate out the staining and deal with that as a separate
I
question.
don't know if the staining would be appropriate to use the parks.
It would not be
dedication.
appropriate for parks dedication, I don't believe.
We could have a staining party up there as long as they provided all the ice cream, right?
Found one of the brick things. It's from Red Mountain,
Oh,
but this isn't the one that has all the details. I'm still looking.
Yeah, I know it had a history to it.
50 years
was
old
fun.
from Red Mountain?
Looking.
Interesting.
I support that.
Yeah,
Use of
I think that's,
identification
I'd
funding,
like to
and
know the
would be
history,
happy to
but yeah,
stain.
it's perfect.
We'll probably have to bring an appropriation back during a supplemental to do that because we haven't appropriated those funds.
Maybe it wasn't from Charlotte. Let me look quickly. I'm almost there.
How many searches will you get back for bricks?
I have a lot of bricks in my life. I have a lot of things about this, but they're not necessarily the one I'm looking for.
Of course. Historic
We can
bricks,
bring
red
that history
bricks.
back when we bring the budget supplemental.
Yes, let's
too.
do that. Let's move
Okay.
on.
The other issue, which is why Kara and Ellen are in the room, is we wanted to talk about
And
how
Cindy!
and Cindy. We have also brought our consultant into the room to help with this item. So there is a House bill that is going to committee tomorrow, House Bill 1255, which we have some really significant concerns about that we'd like to discuss with the board and have a position. And Kara, can I hand it over to you from there?
Was this the one in the newspaper today? But it didn't have a bill. I know, I
No,
read the
that's
article.
213.
No, that was the Senate one.
So, as John mentioned, House Bill 1255 is the preemption of government or growth management caps, which would have significant impacts for all of the efforts that has been the history of Pickens County's land use code, which is why we have the experts in the room. So there's severe concerns about that bill. In addition, in working with the attorney's office and coordinating with some other counties as well, the way the bill is written right now has very vague language around land use law and anti-growth preemption that has the potential, if it's not amended and clarified, would potentially remove our interpretation is that it could remove our ability to even manage subdivisions. And so we've been working diligently with CCI and trying to get with the bill supporter, the sponsor, thank you, to share our concerns, but also looking to have a formal position by the board today, as well as potentially request some follow-up conversations or amendments to address some of our concerns in the language, as well as the concept of the anti-growth preemptions.
And
So where do we start?
yes,
I'll start.
Maybe someone else.
Or
do
John
we
can
need any more
start.
background on
I don't
the-
know what Steve and Patty might need. Do you
yeah.
or Greg? Greg, do you need some more explanation here?
I don't think I need, I need a lot of explanation
Yeah.
about what our course of action is. And I was just wondering if we have legal with us on this. Is John here or is Laura?
Well,
in-
they
Yeah.
just walked in
I'm
the
just
room.
wondering-
They, yeah,
Okay, because I'm just wondering if there's anything, regarding the way we're chartered as a county that might give us a leg up or some other angle, because this seems to be a devastating change. And I'm hoping we can have a strong approach with allies from other counties.
Would one of you want to come up and talk about this for Greg?
There's any home rule charter
He
exemption.
wants to hear from legal.
Rise of brave soul.
I'll hop up there, but I didn't hear the question.
He wanted to know whether anybody from the legal office was here to talk about 1255 and what kind of, what, do you want to finish that question, Craig? What do you want to hear from Rye?
I was just wondering if there was anything about only one of 2 home rule charters counties in the state. Does that make a difference here with this, or do we have any other legal means by which we can maintain autonomy to make our decisions and stand by the decisions we've made for 40, 50 years?
Well, as to the first question, the proposed legislation specifically applies to home rule counties. So that in of itself does not provide us out, for lack of a better term. There's potential workarounds that I think John alluded to earlier. I'm not sure what those are off the top of my head, but
A massive change to our existing regulation to try to backfill against.
He's got to come up to a mic, John.
Quite right.
No sitting in the back row.
Keep him in line over there, Patty.
I'm trying. That's impossible,
To
Fritzy.
try to maintain our growth management control, we would have to do wholesale changes to our existing zoning regulations, and even then, it probably would not amount to the same type of ability as our existing growth management quota system does. Also, it would it effectively eliminate the TDR program.
And just for the board, from the proposed legislation, it prohibits any anti-growth laws, which means a land use law that places any limitation on the number of land use applications accepted or building permits issued by a governmental entity for residential development or construction projects for any period. And it is broad.
Is that really the language that's standing?
I just read it right from the bill.
That is absolutely ridiculous.
Somebody really pissed somebody else off.
That's for sure. I mean, I don't know what we need to do to say no loud enough.
So
Sorry, Francie, but
there is a committee hearing tomorrow. We have talked, Francie, looks like Francie will be in Denver, and we want to make sure that we have a board position related to the bill. And we can either seek to amend the bill, which has been, the proposals that have come through CML, so far those have been rejected, is my understanding. And we have not heard from CCI yet, I think, on a position, because
Correct. We do not, because of the timing, I don't believe CCI will have been able to take a formal position before the committee. However, CCI is helping bring some of the counties together and will be there for us, but there's not a formal CCI position. So we have been in conversations with Boulder County and Arapahoe County that their legal offices have expressed similar concerns of the broad interpretation of the code right now, or of the language.
And I expect when it comes out of committee, when it goes to the House, CCI will take a pretty firm stand on this.
I don't know if they will, because I don't know if enough counties will feel implicated necessarily in this if they don't have growth management systems. I mean, some of the clarity around whether, if it becomes very obvious that no one can put in any kind of moratorium ever to do any kind of planning or zoning change, then maybe that's global enough for them to be concerned. But right now, there's not other counties doing what we do, so they're not as implicated with as much detail. CML obviously has more cities that have put into place different things, some of which are really good. I mean, City of Aspen's demolition quota permit system, has really good community things, but that could be very undermined due to this. It says all governmental jurisdictions. I don't know what that does for water taps. If a water agency says no to a water tap, is that a growth prohibition? So there's a lot that's really unclear here as far as its reach.
I expect CCI counties will take a stand, though, because it's so clearly lack of local control that I think, on principle, even if it doesn't
So-
directly affect them.
I think part of the challenge with this piece of legislation is the stated intent is really to target very specific growth management, which I think, to Kelly's point, that's why so many counties and organizations do not necessarily feel like the bill would affect them. I believe, and Ryan John could comment on this, the reading of the language seems to be much broader. When we look at in the definitions, land use law means any statute, resolution, ordinance, code, rule, regulation, plan, policy, procedure, standard, initiative, guideline, requirement, or law that regulates the use or division of property or of any interest in property.
So did they forget anything in there?
I think, the concern is, at least for the entities that are starting to pay attention, that this is going to affect a much broader range of activities, or at least could lead to challenges, a far broader range of regulatory activities than maybe the sponsors intend. And that's why I think this is coming as a surprise, kind of out of the blue to everyone. Even CCI, as of this morning, Kara and I talked at 9:30 with these concerns, and they hadn't read it that same way until we brought the definition language to their attention.
And so I can share that we've been working through CCI to share our concerns, and there is a difference of opinion right now that our interpretation of the concerns versus the drafters' interpretation of how they've written it. So that would be one item to call out of the risk that the way it's written so broadly would have unintended consequences from the way that they have written this language right now.
So,
Well, there's unintended consequences that are specific, or that are not specific to Pickens County, and there are consequences that are very clear in the intent of the bill, which would have a direct effect on our growth management quota system. So there's kind of that twofold approach. One is this legislation would largely gut that growth management in Pickens County. The second is what John and Kara just alluded to there. The language of the bill is drafted so broadly that it may have impacts that are hypotheticals at this point that I don't think that the legislature may be thinking about, or maybe they are. I don't know the answer. Kelly's point was a good one. Would this apply to a water district or a sanitation district, or I don't know what it is, but
Or house size, or net zero requirements after build, or all of that stuff.
could potentially
it's
be
drafted in such a way, it doesn't say something to the effect of Pickens County, you shall no longer, utilize your growth management system to only allow X amount of permits in 1 year, or whatever it is. It's drafted in a broader manner than that. But the direct implication for Pickens County is, of course, on our growth management quota system.
And it has something about building permits as well in the language, right? What is that? Do you remember?
Essentially preempting the ability to restrict building permits or demolition permits.
Don't they have something better to do down there?
Francie, Greg here.
Yes, please go ahead, Greg.
Well, so it sounds to me like perhaps like us, or maybe even more so, a lot of counties and haven't really thought much about the implications here. And maybe, should we consider an effort to alert them to our concerns, perhaps providing some historical context. If something like this existed 40, 50, 20, any time in the last 50 years, it would have had devastating consequences for the way our state has grown and changed. And I think that from the sound of it, it wouldn't be that hard to get people to pay attention here. And is that necessary? Is this getting the publicity it deserves? You know, I'm hoping we're not the only ones who have these concerns. Seems to me that any attorney looking to overturn a land use regulation would just be so excited about this, and there'll be challenges or people testing the limits of it. So I think it's very concerning, and if we can do something to make sure everyone hears the potential consequences of this, the unintended consequences, I think that would be money well spent on our part, time well spent. But I'd need suggestions on what to do. If I can contribute somehow, I just need to know what would be the prudent course of action for our board or individually as a commissioner.
I do have a question.
Yeah, Patty?
Is there a stated purpose or underlying motive or motivation? Is it to promote housing?
Affordable housing.
Lower prices on housing.
You know, this is not gonna solve that problem as far as I see. I mean, I see nothing in there, because isn't it also say something about you can't really deed restrict property? So what are we doing here?
So the deed restriction is in 213.
Oh,
but the stated purpose and goal of this is still the fact of enabling free market to address our housing needs and to reduce sprawl, which...
Reduce sprawl?
Mm-hmm.
Reduce sprawl.
Mm-hmm. Reduce sprawl and
So are they
traffic impact.
confused?
The argument is that some cities who have put growth caps have then pushed residential development into
Like City of
the
Boulder feels about
exurb
Boulder County.
areas, you know,
Boulder County
which,
feels about
you know,
Boulder
we
City.
have a growth management system that incentivizes development into the urban growth boundary, into the areas where services are. That is completely neglected in acknowledgement here. I mean, truly, they say uniformity in land use laws is essential for the delivery of housing all over the state, with no nuance to what that combination of like 35 acre zoning and exempt well permits and all the things that I've been bitching about for months now, like all overlays to then cause sprawl in Pickens County rather than incentivize it out of Pickens County into the.
So is there anything
dense areas.
specific in this legislation that incentivizes low-income affordable housing? Is there anything in there that incentivizes the motivation, the purpose behind this? So that's confusing.
Maybe.
Well,
When was it introduced, Karen?
The 24th, March 24th.
Getting near the end of the session, you get all kinds of fun legislation coming in. It probably was precipitated by a specific event, a specific land use control, and so
Pissed
the
somebody off
remedy
enough
is
that
to
they-
drive an exemption through the planning statute, and that's what this is.
So is our state representative standing up strongly against this, or have we talked with Elizabeth?
He's talked about 213. I haven't heard anything about 1255.
We haven't communicated anything to anyone, I
Yeah.
don't think, because we haven't
Well, we have to some people.
had a board position.
So that will come with this. I think the first domino is the committee hearing tomorrow and having a board position related to that. I think the talking points that would probably be most effective are around the unintended consequences versus leaning in on the growth management, which puts us in a great minority, frankly, of counties. I mean, we still need to express those concerns, but it's really the unintended consequences that probably broadly impact both municipalities and counties across the state.
The issue that might appeal to a broader sector is simply local control versus the absence of local control.
That'll bring in the other side of this. Yeah, what about an issue of the lack of this actually supporting the purpose of creating affordable housing opportunities?
I mean, the whole narrative has been local control has led to conditions unfavorable to housing. And, you know, we have a different narrative to that.
Right, I'm trying
Local control has created conditions.
Right, I'm trying to broaden
To
it
deliver
to
housing.
those that don't have the kind of controls we have. I would love to test. I have 2 doctor's appointments tomorrow, so
The only other piece that they've, in speaking with CCI, is that would be potentially might have in here is the understanding of a county's, as Kelly said, county's growth control has actually incentivized the development in the urban areas, and so you preempting that ability is actually in direct conflict with your stated policy goals.
Well, and I also think there needs to be an acknowledgement that in many places there are finite resources, and the ability to selectively choose how those finite resources support development that the community desires is crucial.
Such as
Otherwise, money will just chase the resources and get there fastest, and there's no promise of any delivery of community serving housing for that.
Right.
And there's no mention of development being near transit or being environmentally sound, nothing like that. So basically, anybody could do whatever they wanted. It'd be like Garfield County outside of Glenwood Springs and Carbondale,
What they're currently doing?
what they're currently doing.
I mean, I don't know what kind of amendments we would ask, like, I'd want to make sure this goes away, number one, but, can we protect our housing impact fees? Can we protect our TDR program? Like, can we protect, if we engage in Prop 123 programs, does that alleviate our need to comply with this? Because we're demonstrating that we're delivering affordable housing through another avenue. If we're the only county that's really affected by this, is there another way to, protect us? Can we argue for limited moratoriums that aren't related? They carve out moratoriums for natural disasters, but, is there protection of other limited moratoriums for other reasons?
So do you think even attempting to amend it is worth the attempt, or I think it's better to just.
What is this that you sent, John, that just sent an email with amendment from CML? CML put in an amendment and the sponsor rejected it, and you sent us that amendment?
Yes.
So
It's
do
more or
we need
less
talking
asking-
points for tomorrow for somebody to, what time is the committee hearing? Do we know?
1:30, and Francie was planning on being over in Denver, so I think Francie's going to be able to
Great.
attend that if the board takes a position.
Yes, Steve?
So
I think
this
we have a
would be a disaster to Picken County.
Yes, it would.
And we could be exempt from it because this is a disaster that, therefore we don't have to comply by any of it. I
That's a
think
great
we should
position.
just totally oppose this, don't try to amend it. It's so fatally flawed that I think it needs to be just PI'd immediately and not going anywhere.
It's kind of like
The
that
concept
hunting
of
one.
trying to incentivize more affordable housing in appropriate locations, I think that's great, but this doesn't do that at all. And the three sponsors of this are all Democrats, all from
They are.
the front range, Denver, Arapahoe County, and Brookfield, Southern Weld County, all that. That's where they're from. So they have no
Weld County.
concept of, I think, of what we are facing up here or in any of the resort communities in the mountains. And Reagan from CCI indicated that this only affects Picken County.
Yeah, we've had follow-up
Yeah,
conversations to clarify
it affects,
that.
it really affects every county in the whole state.
And what about the municipalities?
And every municipality in the whole state, it affects everybody.
And could it affect every special district, like water districts and sand
Exactly.
districts?
It
and-
really affects Glenwood Springs. I wonder about calling Jonathan and seeing if we can get him involved.
So Francie, we need to establish a position from this board. I don't see anybody saying go for it, this is a great thing. And so I think just getting talking points clarified, which I think we've kind of provided a lot of that for Francie or for future testimony.
I mean, I would go a little further if folks are willing to sort of divide and conquer in terms of phone calls and, we need to tell the governor's office, like, this is absolutely abstain. You know, I mean, we need to broaden, we need to talk to Speaker McCluskey, we need to like really elevate this, because nobody is paying attention to this right now, I think. And if there's a document that we can produce that we all can use
I know.
and make some phone calls, you know, it'll be better.
Yeah, I agree.
I'd be happy to call Perry. Who else wants to make calls?
Well, I would need a
Calls.
talking list so the points are there, and
Yeah,
I think
we
we should
can
all
pull-
call Julie.
We'll pull together some quick talking points, and this is going to committee tomorrow, so there'll probably be talking points that we'll be able to refine more in the future, but we can pull together some immediate talking points. And I think urgency is pretty high on the list here.
And then if it gets through the House, it has to go to the Senate.
Yeah, so if it comes out of committee, it'll go to the floor of the House, and then go. So we're going to have some bites at the apple.
Well, I'm just thinking about time frame for the session is over first week of May, beginning of
May 8th, I think,
Yeah, like
whatever that
75 more
Wednesday is.
days, somewhere in there.
Yeah, so
beginning weekends.
this is moving pretty quick, and we gotta, it would be better to have the conversation in committee and deal with it than have it go to the floor.
And it'll go to a committee again in the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
But Kelly's point about talking to the governor's office
Mhm.
is a good one, because if it does get out of the legislature,
Mm-hmm.
that's where it heads next.
Yeah.
But didn't we think that maybe somehow Governor Polis was supporting this and encouraging this?
It is his thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
This is not his thing.
The Senate bill is his thing.
Yeah.
I thought he was totally behind this, but that's what I read.
Well, he's behind the idea of supporting affordable housing. That's his thing. This bill does not do that.
I mean, this undermines everything he's negotiating right now about trying to provide refined standards about how Senate Bill 213 will be flexible in the mountain regions, will apply towards areas of density. I mean, all of this completely undermines like those negotiations that are taking place to do like climate-friendly, transit-oriented, dense development for housing, you know?
So you're saying is that if it gets to his desk, we do have some possibilities of his vetoing it.
I have no idea, but I'm happy to
I'm
have that conversation.
I'm a little more optimistic than I was, thinking this was the one he was pushing.
Yeah, I thought this was one of the ones he put out too. I'm glad to hear it's not.
So looking at the committee members, the only one I even know is Mark Catlin. I don't know any of the others. There's totally unfamiliar with them.
Okay, so I think what we're looking for is a position that says we are completely opposed to this. Is there any question about that? Greg says yes.
I'm in total agreement with this is.
Also tomorrow, I'm
Wilson,
gonna be
don't
at the
we?
CCI, their virtual emergency meeting
I've
about
seen some of them, a couple of them, but I
213.
don't know them at all.
And they're actually gonna take a vote on 213 tomorrow in order to take it on Thursday. And they have a draft letter here that shows their stance, so, would you like me to read you parts of that so that you can?
This is who, did you say?
This is CCI, they have an
CCI.
emergency meeting tomorrow about the
No, right.
Senate Bill 213. And so in this letter, there are about 10 points, and they don't take the same position on each of the points. But it's about half support, and it's about 2/3 opposed, and 1/3 a couple of concerns. And so they're asking us to come to this meeting tomorrow so that they then can represent us the next day. It's like they support the statewide housing inventory. They support the creation of a multi-agency advisory committee that will work to break down silos and streamline permitting processes. They oppose the creation of top-down strategic growth objectives that will dictate how counties are supposed to develop their communities in the future. They support the appropriation of $15 million for state and local spending needs in the bill. They support the encouragement of more manufactured modular housing in tiny homes. They oppose the creation of the holistic statewide water management system. This concept has not been vetted, blah, blah, blah. They support the mandatory adoption of county master comprehensive plans. They oppose additional mandatory elements in master comprehensive plans. They oppose altering the historic role of the Department of DOLA. They oppose the automatic upzoning of property and establishment of ADUs as a use by right. Additional density and housing variety, while desirable from a planning perspective, must be conducted in a context-sensitive manner to ensure that it enhances the community and guarantees affordability. They oppose the lack of ability or venue for public comment in the legislation. They oppose the watering down of a local jurisdiction's ability to enact inclusionary zoning ordinances. They have concerns about the lack of guaranteed affordability and/or guaranteed creation of workforce housing in the legislation. And they are concerned that the legislation lacks an attempt to modify construction defect legislation and the effect of these policies have on the construction of middle housing in our communities.
That's a
So what
broad
they're
range of-
That's their proposal from the staff to what they would like the commissioners to vote on tomorrow. Yeah.
Our municipalities have all taken a position against this. This, I think, is an interesting profile because the goals align with what our goals are and the implementation undermines what our cities are doing, and we want to partner with them on those goals. So we're pitted against each other in ways, but I personally think that we should take an amend position on this as Picken County in order to make this bill less bad. I don't see us ever getting to a support position given how our municipalities feel about it, but I think it's meaningful to try and articulate like ways to make this less bad. And I don't think we will retain a meaningful seat if we're not in that profile. And that has been said directly to me by main coalition members that are working with the governor's office on this bill.
So we take a position to amend.
I think this is a position to amend.
I don't think CCI is going to get there. I do not think the votes are going to be there on CCI. But I think our position as CCI and CCAT should be to amend.
I agree.
How about you, Steve?
I'd agree with amend.
Greg?
John looks like he wants to say
Okay, great.
And I'm just clarifying, so we're amend on 213, we're oppose on 1255.
That's what I
But
see.
I think we need those clear bullet points. I think we were pretty disastrously opposed.
Is it just a flat oppose, or is there a way of if they made amendments, then you would reevaluate it?
For 1255?
Yes.
I don't think they're gonna be able to amend it. The only way they could amend it is to pull it.
I don't see anything they
Picken or
can
home
do.
rule counties.
Well, I guess that's what I was
But
getting
no,
at.
even that, I mean, it's.
I don't
bad for
see
other people.
anything they can do that's not gonna devalue what we already do. It's all undermining what we already do. I mean,
And it is a position we could take in an amend stance would be to exempt ourselves. That is taking our ball and going home
I
to a
wanna
certain degree, but if the intent is to just affect a limited number of jurisdictions with growth management and we can demonstrate we're already meeting those goals, we may have that argument in an amend position. Although, I mean, that I'm not saying it's good law on any level, just the way it's written right now, but it does preserve that card.
amending does.
On the House bill, I don't,
On the
I'm
House
not
bill.
comfortable doing anything but saying no.
And if we just exempt Picken County, that isn't very good for the state.
Well, the way the sponsor is interpreting the law, Picken County is the only county, Picken and Boulder, I think.
No,
just
just
Picken County would be the only county that it would apply to.
Can we pass
And
legislation that
the
just picks
target
on just
that
one county?
I think they're really looking at the municipal growth management processes that might be pushing development out into unincorporated areas. And so if that is the case, we have an argument to say, well, we're already doing the reverse of that here. This bill would hurt that process and work against these goals. Would you amend to exclude Picken County so that we
I just so
preserve ours?
disagree. I mean, if any other county sued on a permit, on a denial, you know, or got sued on a denial, how do they defend
I totally agree. The language.
this language, you know?
I totally agree. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that's where the sponsor's at. And the sponsor, when we've raised our concern, has gone back to legislative, why am I losing the name? Legal.
Council?
Legal
OLS,
counsel.
Office of Legislative Legal
Thank you.
Services.
Who has said, no, this is, the language is limited. We do not, I agree with your position, Kelly. I'm just saying there, if we take an amend, we may have the opportunity to get Pickens County excluded from that.
But we could also do that a little further down the road. I mean, just because we oppose it doesn't mean we can't ever speak about it again.
That's correct.
Because if it comes back in an amended state and we agree. Yeah, right. I don't think
That's why I want to be
gonna
sure
happen.
that conversation is had
So-
with you guys.
Just, Francie's going tomorrow, but if this advances, it would be in another, at least one more House committee. It would be in one or two Senate committees.
So we have other
So-
chances.
We'll have more
I can see like a string of us going over to Denver to testify, and I think we should testify in person on this. If it goes any farther than tomorrow, I mean, I would hope they would kill it tomorrow, but.
That would be great.
Yeah, and now I know my way around the Capitol building again. I'm good at following. Okay.
Okay, so I think we're clear on that. Do we need anything more? Okay.
I'll call that good for staff on open discussion.
I don't have any open discussion because I'd like
Yes,
to
Greg?
take a break before we go to city.
If Kara, I think, is crafting this with other staff, certainly, however we can appeal to other counties to take a good look at this so that we perhaps can pull some allies in would certainly be a valuable thing to do, and perhaps you know what arguments we would make to them that they should be concerned about this. I just want to make sure that's included. Thanks.
You know, when you read all of the things that the counties cannot, that any local jurisdiction cannot do, the word guidelines in there, is pretty extreme.
Yeah, so I was asking, what did they forget?
Yeah, really. So, does anybody else have open discussion? All right, I'll look for a move to it. Well, we don't even need to have a official adjournment. We are adjourned.
We have
until
city,
4
we have
o'clock.
to be at City Hall at 4 o'clock, right? It's at City Hall?
At City Hall, okay.
And we're